Okay, let's try this. Let's hope it's not too scuff. Okay. You are loading this one, right? Yes. Okay, let's try this. Okay. So all the things had new dialogues, but we examined all of them, right? I do believe so. So we'll have to keep that in mind as on new days, new things have new dialogues. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Looks like Walkie's out for questioning. I really need to talk to him. I guess we'll come back later. Excuse me. Yes. The other suspect is all through with questioning, sir. The other? You mean the panty snatcher? Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him too. All right, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. I hope I don't regret this. He is a valuable witness. He is a bit precious, I'll give him that. Please keep this brief if you would. I'm quite busy. I need to finish this paper. It's you. Mr. Stickler, we would like to have a few words with you. Very well, as long as they're few. Nothing would make me happier, believe me. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder you stole. Wait, I can't help but feel that I'm being misunderstood. How exactly? Yes, that night I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. God damn it. I don't know why my phone keeps doing that. I told it to. It really is pretty suspicious. Okay, let's refresh this. Refresh this. And try that again. Yes, that night I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more. You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right? You're here too? Oh, great Trucy, teach me. I must know the secret of your panties. My very existence hangs in the balance. Please make me your apprentice. Apollo, help! I don't know. I think he would make a great, lovely assistant. Don't say that, Apollo. Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time? Why not? Though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night. Of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol or something like that at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two! Let's resolve this like gentlemen." And the next moment a shot was fired. And this is all true. Really. My panties are gone. My innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie? I can't think of anything he'd want to hide more than panty snatching, true. It sounds like Walkie was at the scene of the crime after all. How I wish it weren't so. A security guard. He stands here watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. I'm not even sure he's breathing. That security camera is looking at me. I wonder if they tape all this. Probably. Hey, it's Mr. Eldoon. Oh, Mr. Eldoon. What's wrong? So, you found my stand. That's why I'm here, to thank you. But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go. I see. How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucy doll. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell ya. Can't even cook an honest noodle. He, even in death. You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus. I tell ya, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier. Remind me never to eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood. Or, like, at all, if we're being honest. Mr. Eldoon's house has seen better days, and I'm betting I've eaten better noodles. This must be his business sign. It reads no. Maybe that's how the kids are spelling new these days. Another failed attempt at hipster marketing. He told you yesterday what happened with the sign. Why would you think that's silly? An oil drum for catching rainwater. A flock of crows just flew over and that's gross. Their aim was uncanny, almost as if they had been practicing here a long time. Now that is gross. There's a handwritten sign here, save the light. It's hard to make out the sign in the shade from the clinic next door. The blue tarp Mr. Eldoon used to cover his noodle stand. Robbed of its purpose, it blows in the wind, alone. A lone Eldoon's noodles bowl lies on the ground. The lone bowl tipped on its side. It's kind of surreal. You would think you have picked it up by now. You would have thought, especially how important the bowls are apparently to him. Guy Eldoon's dog doesn't look too lively. They say dogs and their owners resemble each other. I guess there are exceptions. Well, he didn't get his noodles for a second day in a row. I sure hope Eldoon fed him, period. Because if not, I might have words with Eldoon. The noodle stand. That stand, for generations, has served up the very best noodles us Eldoons could make. A tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you. Watch what you say, or it might become true. That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. A single stand, passed down from generation to generation. Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it. That's right. You said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it? Good memory, Trucy doll. I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune. Mr. Eldoon, I don't mean to pry. But what exactly did you do before you became a chef? Let old noodles lie, that's what I say. I'm starting to get an idea of what he did anyway. He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that. Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Maractus Clinic? I couldn't help but sense an enmity there. Enmity. I hate him. Hated. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud. Excuse me? He's the only doctor at that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive. I'll tell you the secret to his success. The mob. You mean the Kitaki family. They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Maractus saw a chance for some business. So he started giving the Kitaki family a good deal. A deal. Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. One free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say. Can a doctor just decide to do that? What about the insurance companies? No doubt it's illegal, but it got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town, leaving me here in the dark, up to my neck in soupy noodles. I think I figured out Mr. Eldoon's former occupation. Can't hurt to ask, Apollo. Mr. Eldoon, or should I say Dr. Eldoon. Figured it out, did ya? That's right, I was a doctor, a surgeon, until the year before last. So, Mr. Maractus was your rival. You like those onions they put in the soup broth? Yeah, kind of. You take a spoon, you drink some broth. Those onions will find their way in there. For people who like 'em, why that's just fine. For people who hate 'em, I hate onions. Hate 'em. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him. So you weren't exactly friends, me and pal Maractus. Ever since preschool we were getting in each other's face. No matter what I did, sure enough he would come following along. Then he would do it better than me, just blow right past without so much as a howdy. I see. That's right. I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no good onion boy comes along. Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect. Don't say that. Thanks to him, I was forced to trade in my scalpel for a ladle. Okay, what if that is actually true? What if Maractus actually did have a rivalry with, Mr. Aldoon? And the reason he was pulling the noodle cart was because he was trying to one-up him on the noodle stand. He already one-upped him on the doctor, and he killed him because he kept trying to one-up him. Sorry, pal, didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings. No, it's fine. By way of apology, you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by. You're investigating Maractus, aren't you? Yes. Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Trucy doll. Right. Thanks, Mr. Eldoon. I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. Well, we've got to check out this clinic, that's for sure. Yeah, but what about the guard? No harm in asking. Excuse me. Hey, it's you two from yesterday. That's the same officer that was standing out by the park yesterday. Your business is over in the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved. Um, the victim was Maractus. If we're going to investigate the crime of Maractus's death, you would think the clinic with his name on it would be involved. But, what part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident in the park, or beat it. No harm in asking. No gain either. No point in sticking around here, I guess. Okay, so I guess we can't go over there. Yipes, she's back. Hey, you two, over here. Us? Yo, Little Plum, what's up? I think all this gangsteries is a negative influence on Trucy. I heard you retrieved my bloomers. Well, I was just... A man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you? Yeah, yes, sorry, I caught him. You're cute when you're nervous, Polly. I'll deal with you later. But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Walkie? Well, Walkie, well, he's clearly... Yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here. An impressive gate befitting the Kitaki mansion. Look at the nameplate, Kitaki. That's so cool. Short and blunt like any good gangster. Let's change our name. How about WAA? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think? No comment. Several colors of paint have been splashed across the gate. Most of it's pretty much dry too. This is going to be one heck of a cleanup job. I don't think a broom is going to get it done either. A colorful dragon turns its baleful gaze in my direction, as if to say, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Don't worry, Mr. Dragon. Me and Hope haven't been on speaking terms for a while. Would you like your bloomers back, ma'am? About these. Hey, my bloomers, thanks for that. I owe you one. I thought you might like them back, so... Oh, no, why don't you keep them as a souvenir? Oh no, I couldn't really. But that's a nice offer. I could use those in my magic panties act. I'll pull shivs and pieces and godfathers out of them. Great, now your props are going from bland to dangerous. Oh, okay, I guess you don't want them back. He's really everything you would expect in a boss's son. I'm going to be a gangster, dude. The life does have an appeal for that age, particularly for boys. What? Don't look at me like that. He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago. Yes, we heard the story from Walkie, but he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know. I'm his mom. Her words do have a certain weight to them. Hopefully, when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences. The boss? You mean Walkie's father? They didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they? It's true. One of our pistols is missing. So the murder weapon was from this mansion. We kind of figured given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days. None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Walkie could have taken it. I see. I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's time for a change. She doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Yeah, Walkie's fiancée. They're getting married next month, correct? I suppose. She's been staying over lately. You don't look too happy about that, little plum. How did you guess? Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her? Walkie brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot. I can see why. She's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough. But, you know, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long, and you start to only see darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people. A nose for trouble. I wonder what the problem is. It's like a gangster's only version of female intuition. Pretty much. The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him. But Walkie seems, well, it seems like he is against his father's position. It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more on the up and up. Walkie isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true. But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills? It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. I see. Something must be up. He'll see things the way the boss sees them. Someday. Looks like that old lady's at it again. Look, I told you yesterday the park's off limits. And I told you yesterday this is how I go home. Okay, you want me to go around? How about giving me $5? Like yesterday. The con artist strikes again. The park crime scene is off limits to the public. The police officer on guard by the gate is yawning. He noticed me staring and snapped his mouth shut. Too late, Mr. Officer. I saw you. Apparently, this park was the gift of the Kitaki family, the friendly people park brought to you by organized crime. A very naughty part of me is tempted to write "We kill" on the left side of the sign. Oh my, public vandalism? This trash can. This is where we found the mirror. Come to think of it, wasn't there something else in here? Something near the bottom. Look at the paint on these. That means there must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident. Maybe they're connected. Let's pick them up. Okay. A large trash can sits by the entrance to the park. What, you aren't going to dig through it? No. What? I'm serious. I have no intention of looking through this trash can. Please don't hold back on my account. I think that whatever you think about me and trash cans, you're wrong. The bottom is covered with paint. What's this weird shape here? It looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. I got paint on my hand. Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Apollo, you cannot be doing that. Wipe it on the police officer, not her pretty cape. Come on now. I was hoping to meet with my client. Walkie-talkies just finished questioning. I'll bring him out. Great, finally. Yo, sup, my little imposter? Oh, what did you call me? Zam, it's you. Sorry, G, thought you were Alita. My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. It's a Clink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster, like poster girl. If you're going to drop part of that, why not drop poster and just call her girl? 'Cause she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel. A fallen angel. So, what can I do for you? You don't look so chipper today, Walkie. Worried about your heart condition, maybe? That was the wackest thing of all. All his G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. A relief to hear. Well, what's a relief? Did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. But man, I ain't trying to hear that. A man fights to protect what's valuable to him. You know what I'm saying? I miss my fallen angel. Hey, you go get Alita for me. You're my lawyer, aren't you? Lawyer, not gopher. So, I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up, we poured the nuptial 40 out on the stoop. Alita, oh snapple cakes, she's so fine. I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way. I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague. Well, man, if she wouldn't tell you, I had best hold my tongue. You feel me? What? Man, what's past is past. She knows that. When I'm with Alita, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there. You feel me? And my Alita, she's down with that all the way. So both of them are mum about their past. Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Maractus? There's something you should know. We Kitakis are having what you might call a feud with the rival's family. So about 6 months back, I go into rival's turf packing a knife, right? And you were shot. Coldest thing I ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kitaki family. You know that? So you were taken to the Maractus Clinic then. You should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. You can't just let the boss's son die, you know? I would hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kitaki's scary enough when he's not angry. But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed. And it's still threatening his life. That doctor, he did it on purpose. The rivals paid him off. I'm sure of it. I need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear. Life in the family is a G thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is. But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival game days are over. He just wants to make money. Isn't that a good thing? Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better to live fast and die young. Faux shizzle. Wait till I run the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time. Represent. Apollo, why does he keep talking about old guys? I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy. About these weapons, the pistol and the knife. They belong to the family. I snuck them out that night. So the killer, Mr. Stickler, says he saw that night was... I guess it was me. I was there after all. We're finished. Yo, Walkie, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night? You don't beat around the bush, do you? I like your style, shorty. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I dunno. The day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I would give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. I don't like where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you? That Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him. Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, in the movies? If you value your life, you'll bring the stand. Surely you're more whack than I am, and that's saying something. But I was serious. The thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember. But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did him in. You know what I'm saying? Look at that crowd over by the park. Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene. But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, "Oh my God, it's him." Wait, that motorcycle. If it isn't her forehead, Prosecutor Gavin. Some fans found me on my way out. Just my luck. Oh my god, he's so cool. Thus the screams. New album just came out, you know? Try waving to them. They love it. He's so cute. They're so excited, it doesn't matter who waves to them, see? This is surreal. So you were here investigating, and I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost. Your hog? My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe. Too bad. That looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that could break just from that. It's my fault. I think I was using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. Machines. Tell me you share my angst, her forehead. I ride a bicycle, actually. In any event, I'm off to the shop to get her fixed. The detective in charge of the scene isn't fond of me in any case. The detective? You mean the one in the lab coat? Yeah, she's in a foul mood too. Be gentle. Auf Wiedersehen, baby. Oh my god, there he goes. And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies. Well, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo. Does something about the scene look different to you? The blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there. The white frock detective from yesterday. She seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can. She's under a lot of stress. The investigation's probably not going so well. Hey, you there. If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please. Detective Sky, hello. You seem as gloomy as ever. This is miserable, miserable. I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glimmerous fop. Glimmerous? Does she mean Prosecutor Gavin? More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous? When he walks his shiny chains catch the sun and glimmer in my eyes. It's distracting. Speaking of distracting, I guess I just have to accept the fact that I lack talent. Sounds like she's trying out some sort of new forensics technique. Detective Sky, you know Mr. Wright, correct? How do you know my daddy? I want details. Well, he helped me out a long time ago. You might say he saved me. Wasn't she saying something about getting involved in an incident? I can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to study to become a forensic scientist in Europe. But you're a detective now. Well, I failed the test. But you know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. I've always thought that too. And my heart is full of science. That's why I brought this kit through mail order. And I'm going to test it here before the forensics team arrives. Are you sure that's okay? I won't lie. I'm not fond of the man. Those glamorous types always rub me the wrong way. Glamorous. Well, she might mean glamorous, like his necklace is really glimmery, I guess. A prosecutor should be cool of wit and furrowed of brow. Less glamorous and more simorous, you know? No, actually, I don't. Well, that and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge. What? Really? He was the one? You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys. I'm neither a boy nor one of his, but let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? I never actually heard the details. Then investigate. It's better you learned it for yourself anyway. Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that. You want to know, do you? Well, I splurged on a new toy. You splurged? You mean it wasn't police issue? What is it? I see a roller and glue. This is a footprint analysis kit. Footprint. It was raining on the night of the murder, which means that footprints were left. Oh, does that have anything to do with those blue tarps? Right. The ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. Ever wanted to know exactly where someone was standing, like your panty-snatching student witness, for instance. So with that kit, right. What? Want to try this stuff out? Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on opposing teams and all. Oh, pshaw, you're friends. And, to tell the truth, I'm not so good at doing this. Guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help. I'm good at stuff like this. I used to make magic bunnies out of paper mache. Footprint analysis. Well, should I give it a go? Sure. Okay, I'll give it a go. That's the spirit. So the prince belonged to Wakikitaki after all. He was in the park on the night of the crime. I can almost see the signs at work. Don't you love it? Nothing feels better. She's definitely way more into this than I am. Just let me know if you want to do some more. I'll be here solving the case with science. Well, that certainly brightened her mood. Detective Sky, mind if we give it another go? Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. This print is far too smooth to be from a regular shoe. It is a shoe print of some kind though, that's certain. Still, you have to wonder what it's doing here. It's right next to the Eldune's noodle stand. It does make one wonder. Hey, you. Yes. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind? Something that might have left this mysterious shoe print. You know, I think I have our culprit right here. Well, I think it's these slippers, actually. Slippers? What would slippers be doing out here? But look at the bottom, see? It's covered with paint, except for... See, right here. Hey, that spot is shaped like a leaf. What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slipper stepped in paint? Makes sense, doesn't it? Wait, something's written on them. The Maractus Clinic. Exactly, the victim's clinic. Wait, that means that someone from the clinic was involved. Why is she just standing there eating? Detective Sky, I have a favor to ask. Well, what? Can you get us access into the Maractus Clinic? The police won't let us in. They say the murder and the clinic are not connected. And it's off limits until we prove they are. I should be able to do something for you, yes. Really? Well, you did my work for me here with the shoe prints. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, Detective Sky. Here, show this to the police officer on duty. So these shoe prints belong to Wesley Stickler. This confirms his testimony, the final version of it, at least. Now we know where the panty snatcher was standing. Okay, so we've done all the shoe prints. Don't know if that's important or not, but we did them all, and it's not like it's that hard to do them all. Okay, so now we have access to the Maractus Clinic, right? You two again. When, oh when will you learn? Look at me however you want. You're not getting in today. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Look what we have. What's this? Detective Sky. Yesterday was Prosecutor Gavin, today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two? Really? Now he's suspicious again. Well, you got the orders, I gotta let you in. Have fun. Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo. The front entrance to the Maractus Clinic. The walls and posts are so highly polished, I can see my face in them. Wait, my hairdo's a little flat. There, perfect. Looks like this is a banner for some campaign. 3 shots for the price of 1. Somehow I don't see people lining up for that. A police car is parked in front of the Maractus Clinic. It's empty. The police must be inside investigating. Kind of an at-home place, isn't it? This place has a connection to the murder in the park. I'm sure of it. The police guy out front wasn't so sure. Beyond it being where the victim lived, looks like the police team's gone home for the day. There might be some clues flying around. Let's get cracking, Apollo. You mean like the vast majority of bowls are just sitting here? Like, okay, that is some very obvious evidence right there. The clinic reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal, but effective. Look, this door says doctor's office. Think this is the victim's private office? It's not locked. Too bad. Why too bad? I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Like those little bike locks. Don't even bother putting them on when I'm around. That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about. Apollo, that sound, it came from behind this door. Someone's in there. Let's check it out, Trucy. A break-in. They left through that window. Wait, Apollo, you're too late to catch them now. That must be her experience as a panty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police. Let's check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance. You're right. She's better at this than I am. Well, one thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now. I haven't finished examining this place. A plate on this door reads doctor's office. That was pretty intense, wasn't it? If we had gone in there 1 second earlier, we might have met the burglar. But, Apollo, what would we have said if we did see them? We can't exactly shout out, "Hey, who are you?" It does lack a certain punch. Let's think of something cool to say for the next time we do meet a burglar. Nothing about the fish tank, okay. These must be the slippers for the patients at the clinic. The same as the pair we found, of course. Look, a single pair is missing from the rack here, too. And ours have paint on the bottoms, which means they were taken out of here on the night of the murder. Right. The paint's from the hit and run, after all. But what were a pair of clinic slippers doing in that trash can? And what were they doing at the scene of the hit and run? There's a single pair of sandals here. Wait, but why would there be sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients. Or maybe it's a visitor that's come to see Dr. Maractus. You would think they would use his house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if this patient or visitor isn't still here, why did they leave without their shoes? Better take a closer look at these just in case. Sandals added to the record. Look at all these bowls. They're from Aldoon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty. Then I think we figured something out. I think we have. Mr. Aldoon must do takeout. Not exactly what I was thinking. All the bowls have been washed clean. I think we found our first clue, Trucy. I think we did. Whoa, what are those? The wall's covered with beakers. Something's moving inside that one. You look, Apollo. Hey, look yourself. You can't. It's a goldfish. Wow, they're all fish. So many kinds. Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor. So a bunch of fishies and beakers, okay. Books and papers are scattered around the room. Wow, what a mess. This is worse than Daddy's room. The burglar must have left in a hurry. Even the cup on the desk here is lying on its side. The juice has spilled out of that cup. It's dry. So the messy one wasn't our burglar just now. Someone knocked this cup over a while ago and left it. Kind of an expensive looking lamp, isn't it? The bulb's broken. Broken. Don't you mean burned out? No, our cat burglar must have dropped it. But why is it standing up on the floor like that then? Hey, look at the cord. There's a red splotch on part of the cord. You think that's blood? It's a little bright for blood, almost pinkish. Something's definitely odd about this lamp, that's for sure. Odd lamp, okay. This potted plant has seen better days. That doesn't make sense either. What doesn't? Normally, burglars are looking for valuables, right? That's true. That's what I would do if I were a burglar. So why look under a potted plant? Maybe they are looking for a key to the safe. I've heard of people putting their house keys under plants, but the key to a safe. Then maybe the burglar was looking for the house keys. This is getting nowhere fast. Well, if you're going to hide a key, that does sound like a plan, I guess. What a cute little safe. Looks like a 4-digit lock. Someone's already entered in 2 numbers, Apollo. 7, 9. Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? I wonder what's inside this safe. Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 numbers? Well, we know the first 2 are 7 and 9. Maybe there's something in the court record. Something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers. I wonder.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Well, I have an idea. I knew it, Apollo. What is it? Well, all we have to know is what buttons have been pressed. We can use this to find out what the next 2 numbers are.
Take that!
When you press the buttons, you would have to touch them with your finger, right? It would leave a print. When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons but the right ones, right? So if we can find the buttons with fingerprints, we'll have the safe code. Not bad, Apollo.
Take that!
Look, you can see the oily finger residues clearly. Look at 7 and 9. These are glove marks. The burglar must have been wearing gloves. Well, we might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open this safe. Let's give it a shot. So 5 and 2, but how do I know which one goes first? I guess I'll just guess. Let's try 5 first and then 2, I guess. It opened. This looks like a medical chart. There's an x-ray in here with it. An x-ray. Can't make heads or tails of it. And I can't read the chart either. It's all in medical speak. But the names are easy enough to read. Look, by patient it says walkie-talkie. So this is Walkie, our client's chart. Why would this one chart be here in this safe? Let's see. The physician's signature says Pal Maractus. What is it, Apollo? Look here where it says who filed the chart. Let's see. Nurse Alita Tiala. Alita Tialita is Walkie's fiancée. That's one Ida too many, Apollo. Never mind that. What's her name doing here? Well, this would explain how they met, wouldn't it? They met because, she was the nurse that helped him when he was here for the surgery. How should I know? Though I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic. Odd that she neglected to mention this before now. I'm sure she had her reasons. So Alita Tiala worked at the Maractus Clinic, and she had access to Walkie-Talkie's medical chart. You got the I and Y wrong, Apollo. I would be very interested to find out what this chart says. Who could help us decipher this? This looks like a bullet hole. You can still see the bullet sticking out of it. Why is it in the middle of a safe? The bullet came out. The tip is all squished. Not surprising given that was fired into a metal safe. This bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure. I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. Hey, how did you know? You can't fool someone trained in the ways of science. Next, you'll have us analyzing face prints. Let's ask Detective Sky to help us, Apollo. The slippers. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. There is. What? All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance. Right, so if the prints match, you would know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? I think I just might, actually. Really, I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare this sample with the other print?
Take that!
This pair of sandals, toe print and all. The print on these is nice and clear too. That makes our job easy. Can you analyze it for us? Of course. Hang on. Bingo. I'm good. We were the ones who found the prints. A perfect match. The same person who wore these sandals and slippers. I was afraid of that. All you have to do is find out who these sandals belong to. Or do you already know? I can't say. Not yet. Well, that's one big step closer to the truth. The prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion. What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate it yourself. Mr. Wright, tell me what happened 7 years ago. Please. I want to know. I need to know. You certainly didn't waste any time getting to the point. Mr. Wright's bed. My, it's messy. Trucy must clean up after him at home. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. Better stay away or it'll become a crashing, cascading cavalcade of DVD cases. A bottle of Mr. Wright's favorite brand of grape juice. Me, I haven't been able to touch the stuff since that first case. Not a problem for Mr. Wright, apparently. The TV's been left on. Looks like the Steel Samurai's in a spot of trouble. I'm sure he'll come back to win in the end. Mr. Wright likes those kinds of stories. A toy piano, one that might be played by a child. Correction, a pink toy piano. I guess the man likes pink. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. "7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client. The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I would be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news. I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you?" Yes, he was only 17 at the time. 17? That's still high school. He took the bar exam abroad. In Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. In my shame, I left the practice forever. That's all. That's all. How could that be all? What do you mean? What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forging attorney himself? How does it feel? I I don't want to believe it's true. But what about what happened in my first trial? Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. I don't see you jumping to my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence. Maybe I didn't. It doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know. Mr. Wright. Looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery for now. Poor Mr. Aldoon. His stand's been standing here since this whole thing started. It almost looks at home here in the park now. I think it should be made into a playhouse for children. I think its owner would disagree. A mannequin put in place of the body. I think I've seen him by the police station. The way he's forced to look at the ground now, day in and day out, it's kind of sad. A trash can sits next to the path here, and I guess now we know it was Mr. Stickler who hid little Plum's bloomers in here. That's right, Trucy, and what a web of lies grew from that one little act. I can still remember that moment. You brandished those bloomers on high and shouted, "Objection!" Here's what I want you to do, Trucy. Take that memory, gently lock it away deep in your heart, and never speak of it. A knife is sticking straight into the ground. Remember what Wesley Stickler said in the trial today. Walkie was very likely pointing this at the victim, like he wanted to kill him. Yeah, that's the problem. The tarps that were here yesterday are gone. I wonder why Detective Sky put them out. The only thing they were covering is ground. You know, I think I see something there. A print. A print. A shoe print. Don't cry, Angel. Daddy's back and Daddy's... Oh, you again. Do you always have to announce your entrances like that? Man, my old man, Man. Now I'm all in a funk and it's his fault. One can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson and failed, clearly. You two got your work cut out for you, straight up. Of course, I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go. Some days I wonder why I do what I do. Hey man, you won't see me bugging about 1 or 2 guilty charges. But what if you're found guilty of murder? Hey, it's all experience, you feel me, shorty? Like a badge of honor. They don't give a death penalty, do they? You didn't really do it, did you? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If I've learned one thing today, it's that silence speaks louder than words. Man, my old man is whack. Disappointing, that's what he is. I heard he wants to leave the mob. Over my dead body. I spent my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down. Now my old man wants to go soft? Fine, let him. Just leave me out of it. The day I get out of the clink, that's the day Alita and I start the next generation of the Kitaki family. Please don't talk as though it's assumed you're going to jail. For my sake. Man, that's so far off the hook, it's off the chain, G. He seems preoccupied with something else. Wonder how my Alita's doing. Man, I miss her. Walkie, you don't happen to recognize these, do you? Sure I do. I was the one who bought them for her. For Miss Tiala. Yeah, a birthday present. She's got mad little feet. Mad? So cute, man. So these sandals are hers. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling. What's up with the funky vibes? Man, that's so far off the hook, it's off the chain. What's that? Some kinda X-ray? Wait. That's right, Walkie. It's yours. Hey, look, I don't smoke or nothing. I'll live long, right? I don't think he gets it, Apollo. Take a closer look. Here, in particular, where it says nurse. It's signed Alita Tiala. You lawyers do your homework. So you met Miss Tiala when you... Yeah, I met her at the clinic. So, could you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting? Fine, fine. I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad. About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure, but they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks. The Maractus Clinic. That's where I met her, my fallen angel. You mean Alita Tiala. She was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say, the bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. She was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangster style. Guess what she said? What did she say? Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet like, on the down low. Know what I'm saying? I'll leave if you'll marry me. So that was the proposal. You know it, an oath of love right there in the hospital room. Just like that, the op was done and we were out of there. See you later. Bye. About that op. Yeah, didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report. I know it's still in me. This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said. Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G? You know what I'm saying. But didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup? Yeah, that's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cap pulled after I got my revenge. And hey, I'm still living large now, aren't I? Incidentally, had you ever had a health checkup before? No, my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. Older, I mean. Mr. Eldoon, we've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, Trucy doll? Apollo, show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice. I suppose he is a doctor still. Mr. Eldoon, is everything okay? I'm just so happy. I just thought my doctor days were gone for good. Mr. Eldoon, can you help decipher this thingy? Mr. Eldoon, could you take a look at this? A medical chart. Hey, you shouldn't go around taking these from clinics. Why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon? What? What's going on here? That's what we want to know. That chart belongs to my client. He's on trial on suspicion of murder. On trial? That's crazy. You can't put him on trial. He's ABD. ABD. All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates and someone's about to answer. Can you tell us why? Wait, that's a wig? The noodle part of that? Oh. Okay, that was unexpected. Well, I genuinely thought his hair was blonde. Okay. Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son. No way. It's like he's a completely different person. Well, according to this chart, this walkie-talkie feller's not doing so good. He's got a bullet right upside his heart. That's right. Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there. Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it? Well, about the only reason I could think of is, it was too tricky to operate on. What? That bullet snug as a bug there next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. That scrap of metal's just surrounded by blood vessels. Kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side, and there would be some serious bleeding going on in there. Not something your average dog would be eager to fiddle with. You mean it took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is? It would take more than a miracle to take it out. It would take a magician. I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet. Of course, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I would give him another half a year, tops. But Walkie's operation was already half a year ago. That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table. Great, just great. How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? How could he just leave that bullet in there? I got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation. He's got the kid's chest open on the table. Then he finds that bullet. That's despair right there, Trucy doll. Cold despair. Despair. About the only thing he could do is sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in the situation to go admitting he couldn't take it out. The Kitakis, you bet. This kid's their only son, I hear. So he skips the operation, and Walkie's back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold. How awful. And which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He's got enough ties to them, he could probably cover up the truth of what happened. That's just horrible. He left Walkie to die. There's a darkness in this world, Trucy doll. Waiting. Hungry. Compared to it, these gangs' turf wars are like kid games. When you're up against real evil, well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same. You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Walkie, couldn't you? I wish... What? I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the world. So Walkie, he's real lucky to be alive even now. No, there's one problem. Apollo? This chart, look at the nurse section. Alita Tiala. That's right, this operation was how they met. Yeah, the problem is she knew. She knew about Walkie's condition, guaranteed. Why didn't she ever tell him? It doesn't make sense. If she knew her patient was in serious danger, you would think she would want to get that second operation before getting engaged. What was she thinking? Apollo? What were you thinking, Alita Tiala? She was thinking that she was going to get inherit some money as the fiancé of she was gold digging, man. That's pretty obvious, right? She was gold digging. This is it, the big day. Did you get any sleep? Yeah, I went to bed at 1 or so. What time did you wake up? 3. That's only 2 hours, Apollo. But at least you have me. and the amazing Mr. Hat. Here's looking at you, kid. Good luck today, Apollo. That voice. Hey, get any sleep? Mr. Right. I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing at the Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun. Daddy, do you know who Prosecutor Gavin's witness is today? Take a guess. How about Little Plum? That's Sherman Tank of a mom. Nope, guess again. That's too bad. You know, speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy. It's barely morning and you're already at it, Trucy. Okay, see, this is why I don't buy their father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecution's witness is? Alita Tiala, your client's fiancée. She's going to be a witness? But that seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé? You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear. Well, not to worry, I've got my panties back. If we can't find a killer, I'll pull one out of there. Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kitaki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is warmed up and it's a sold-out house. Very well. To recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party, guilty of panty snatching, we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. 4. There were 4 people. The witness, the victim, and the defendant. Correct her, Judge. And today I would like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this horrible crime from the outside. The outside. The acquisition of the murder weapon. The preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all, you see, to his betrothed. His betrothed? His fiancée, her judge. His partner for life, with no chance for parole. Very well, you may show the lucky lady to the stand. Your name and occupation, Fraulein. Alita Tiala. My occupation is future wife. Traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded underwater. Yet you're here today as a witness for the prosecution. To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first, but I couldn't hide the truth. Honesty, another admirable trait. Fraulein, is it true that, on the day of the crime, the defendant, Waki Kitaki, confessed his plans for murder? Yes. The witness will please give her testimony to the court. It was the day that the family health checkup results came back. When Walkie found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. "I'll teach him," he said. He took one of the family's pistols. And you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Walkie could have done it. So the pistol did belong to the Kitaki family then? Yes. With regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kitaki mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms. And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes, this has been proven. How can you prove something like that? Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called rifling marks. Rifling marks. Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint left on every bullet it fires. And when did you first hear about Walkie's plan? It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he would actually do it. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? How?
Objection!
Her forehead, you'll refrain from badgering the Fraulein. It was the defendant, Walkie, was it, who took the pistol from his home. We know this for a fact now. Suppose we do. So how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah? That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point? Could someone else have used that pistol? Based on your testimony, there was clearly another. One other person had access to that pistol. What's this? Interesting. Let's ask the defense then. Tell the court who this other person with access was.
Take that!
Well, of course, I mean you, Miss Tiala. But me? But why? You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning.
Objection!
Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed a man in cold blood on his behalf? I've heard of people doing strange things for love, but this? It does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. I'm all for romance and for supporting your partner in life, to be sure, but I think I would hesitate at murder. I would hope you would do more than hesitate. But what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting here? You know what I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe. I have evidence showing connection between the witness, Miss Tiala, and the victim.
Take that!
That looks like a medical chart. Found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I would like to draw the court's attention to the names written on the chart. What? Miss Tiala? Whatever. Why is your name on this chart? Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala? I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice. Our warm little fiancé just froze over. I was on staff at that clinic until half a year ago. It was boring, so I quit. That's all. Is there a problem with that? Miss Tiana, you testified that you had no connection to the victim. And I don't. Now. Now. I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection. Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past. Am I right? Though that's not true at all. Why, I embrace the ones I love, past flaws and all. There's no connection now doesn't fly in a court of law. Doesn't fly? She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Kitakis. You left your job at the Maractus Clinic, true, but you remain connected somehow. Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected to the Maractus Clinic.
Take that!
These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they? Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals. So sorry, Fraulein, but your act isn't working. Your moment of hesitation just now cost you. Well, what's with you? I thought you were on my side. Perhaps you are unaware that toes leave toe prints. A simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all. Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Walkie back on the straight and narrow. This court thinks you need to worry less about Walkie and more about yourself. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story. Your sandals were found in the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder. Well, there's little point in denying it. Very well, the witness will tell us about this visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day? I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Walkie had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful, as an old friend. By mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant, the botched operation. He was a timid, small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know? That does make sense. Yes, but there is still one thing which does not. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home. I would have worn those sandals home, too. So why were the sandals left behind? He pointed out the contradiction before me. There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there, which you wore home by mistake. Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin. It is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation. Yeah, forehead? Oh, what the? No fair. He's filling the holes in her testimony. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Objection!
This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office. Yes. Why would this one chart be in that safe? Miss Tiala, you know why it was, don't you? Mind filling me in? Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away. Bad her, Doctor. And this is where you came in, Miss Tiala. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Walkie's failed operation. Interesting. You're in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kind of makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it? You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents. This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly. Too bad, little attorney. My bracelet's reacting again. What is it, Apollo? I felt my bracelet tighten just now. Your bracelet, just like yesterday, like you said. When a witness is unsure of something, their nervous habit gives them away. But I can't see anything, Apollo. Then what's my bracelet reacting to? Wait, maybe. Yes, that has to be it. What has to be it? Your senses, Apollo. They must be sharper than mine. I can't see it, but you can sense it. I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything. Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Tiala's testimony, but we don't know what her nervous habit is. Well, then what do we do? You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses. Then it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps. Somehow touching it helps me focus. Let's give it a shot and bring down that testimony.
Gotcha!
Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would go now, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. It was quite clear, Miss Tiana. You have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb to fiddle with your finger. Well, what? She was unsure. I saw it. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was clear and present threat. That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now. I can feel it. Time to strike the killing blow with evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this.
Take that!
A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Kitakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this? Oh, nothing. Why should I think anything? Oh, I think you were positively beside yourself. Because you were afraid. You knew what Walkie's chest x-ray would reveal. A full half-year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free when the chart came back to haunt you. That's all, Your Honor. What, what just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying? I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Very cool. So the lady was lying, it seems. That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Maractus Clinic, but her connection was deep indeed, a bit too deep. If the Kitakis got a hold of this chart with her name, she would be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala? You guessed it. Order, order. I did it. I broke her testimony. Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Wait. Miss Tiala, it's true that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Walkie and went home. It appears this cross-examination is far from over. Well, what? She hid the truth from us, this is clear. Yet, it is not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination. I was so close. You're still close. Keep on her, Apollo.
Objection!
You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. I disagree. Take a look at this. What's that? It looks like a squished up ball of clay. Kind of like you, actually. This bullet was found in the Maractus Clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala.
Objection!
Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic,
Objection!
but this was stuck inside the doctor's safe. Inside the safe. I guess the police didn't check that far.
Objection!
But there is a problem. How can you say that bullet was fired on that day?
Objection!
Weren't you the one who explained rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kitaki mansion that day. If the marks on this bullet match the murder weapon, then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder. Not bad, her forehead. Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately. 30 minutes later, a report arrives. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical. Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
The bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day, and at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe which contained the top secret chart. Do you think someone was threatening Dr. Maractus in order to open the safe? Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Alita Tiala. Order, order, order. Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness? Alita Tiala knew about Walkie-Talkie's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him, and then the bullet finally reached its destination? What? That reminds me. Apparently, the Kitakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practices. They're making quite a great deal of money, a fortune, if you will. Nefarious. So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune. You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man. Me? Yeah, you said you would abuse my Alita. I think you mean accuse. Same difference. Well, you can't have her. She's mine. It was me. I shot that doctor. Me. He left me to die, so I left him to die too, there in that park. Well, Walkie, just cool down a second, please. You keep your hands off my Alita, or I'll... Miss Tiala, I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've laughed so hard. Something funny? Walkie, wake up and smell reality. Alita, baby. The signature on the chart, the engagement. I mean, come on, it's so obvious, even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself. Alita, your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fraulein. Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway. So the family fortune is what you're really after. That's right, I wanted the money. No way, that's whack. I ain't trying to hear that. Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh well. By the way, can I ask you a question? Who, me? I believe you said you were going to abuse me. Accuse. Of what crime, might I ask? I'm a bad girl. Sure, I got close to that brat because I wanted his money, but he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I had already left the clinic. What? I would never do a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat. Wait, but what are you talking about? Tetrusi, you had the most to lose if that chart was found. But I didn't have a pistol, now did I? Well, you could have taken walkies. You would think he would have mentioned that, no? All I've heard him say is, it was me, I shot him. That's only because he's trying to protect you. Sorry to intrude in this lovely conversation, but the two of you are forgetting one critical point. What point? Certainly the Fraulein wanted that chart. You assume she threatened the doctor into opening that safe, but then, wouldn't she have taken the chart? You see, that chart wouldn't have been left in that safe. He's right. Miss Tiala, yes, it is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé. I'm flattered. Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day. Don't forget, we've proven that you were at the Maractus Clinic on the day of the crime. Yes, I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof I stole that pistol, do you? And that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not. You went back later. That chart was dangerous, you understand? I needed to get rid of it, that's why I went that day. But you couldn't get the chart then, could you? And later that night, Dr. Maractus was shot. I heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place. That was you. Apollo, that sound. It came from behind this door. Someone's in there. A break-in. They left through that window. So you were the burglar. That was you two. If only I had one more minute. Then I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart. What? That's trespassing and brazen at that. Is this a trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself. They are gangsters, you know? In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination. Admitting the little crime to avoid the big one.
Hold it!
The doctor was shot in the right temple, yes? So it seems. Let's review the facts again, shall we? If the killer shot from this location, the bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple. Yes, we heard testimony on this yesterday. At that time of the shooting, the witness was standing here. Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot.
Objection!
But that testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime, but he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed those panties. If Mr. Stickler shouted from this location, the bullet couldn't hit his right temple. Silly, silly attorney. Well, what? Do you remember what you had for breakfast that morning? Do you remember, Trucy? I always have a glass of milk for breakfast. What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can be only one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken,
Objection!
but his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken.
Objection!
Then why don't you show us her forehead? Show you what? Must I explain everything? Very well, let's recap. If the witness, panties guy, was standing to the north, then where was the shooter standing? From what location did the killer shoot the victim? But wait, if the witness was standing there, how could anyone shoot the victim in the right temple? I merely laid out the facts for us. It is up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is. Wakiki-Taki was standing at the killer mark, Wesley Stickler at the witness mark, and of course Pal Maractus was at the victim mark. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Where was the killer standing when they shot the victim? As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location. What are you talking about? I don't see any other place. Apparently, Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim from?
Objection!
It's time to raise the roof and the stakes. Penalties are such a frightening things, don't you think? What if they were a bit more terrifying? Like so. The double penalty. Her forehead wishes to take us in a new direction. Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead. Challenge accepted. It's justice time. Are you sure, Apollo? The key is the witness, Mr. Stickler's testimony. If we believe that, and we know where he stood, and the victim turned when he shouted, there's only one place the killer could have been. The killer shot the victim from here.
Take that!
I believe we all owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Alita Tiala. Well, what do you mean? Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. We should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. He shouted just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple. Oh no. Oh yes. Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? That's right, toward the noodle stand. Order, order, order. So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand?
Objection!
Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside the noodle stand, which would mean the victim, Dr. Maractus, came to the park, wheeling his own murderer in the cart behind him. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I would think you would notice if you were pulling someone along.
Objection!
There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place?
Objection!
Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby. Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand. Can I prove that? You want evidence that someone was in that stand? I've got it right here. Intriguing. Let's see what you've got.
Take that!
The Maractus Clinic, and they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene. And a single slipper print was found at the scene, right next to the noodle stand. And Miss Tiala, your toe print was found in the left slipper. In other words, this is proof that you were inside that noodle stand.
Objection!
Yet there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith?
Objection!
Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs right next to the slipper mark. A slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path.
Objection!
Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, yeah? Why not? You have an impression left by a single slipper. What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground?
Objection!
That's just dumb. One more thing. A noodle stand is typically cluttered with the tools of the noodle making trade. There's no room for a person to ride in there. You have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand? Apollo, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, some things would have to be... Well, Mr. Justice, do you have proof that someone could have hidden in the stand? I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in that stand.
Take that!
This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldune's Noodles noodle stand. Yes, and what about it? We discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Maractus Clinic. A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic. Mr. Eldune was very clear about those bowls. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. Yet the bowls were removed. That night there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Maractus Clinic, no less. Right around the time that you were there, Miss Alita Tiara. Stop! I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. There are worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines. I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent. Show me an innocent, I'll show you a fairy tale. In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness had both a motive and an opportunity to kill Dr. Maractus. More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale. Then please, pull us back down to reality, Miss Tiara. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself. This is it. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand that night? And what was Alita Tiara doing inside it? Time to get to the bottom of this case. That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kitaki family's hands. But Dr. Maractus didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Kitakis had sent me. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him. You knew about the botched operation, so you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself. I won't make excuses, and I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that Brat got his health checkup report, and that he was coming to settle the score. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. This is the last testimony. Either I perceive the truth, or it's over.
Gotcha!
All I did was talk and lie. Well, what? Show me some proof. I'm pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little slip in confidence, and they give it all away. The proof is you, Miss Tiala. All I did was talk to him, you claim, yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words. My twitch. What are you talking about? You have a habit of scratching the area of your neck around the edge of your scarf. Oh, what? This is working better than I had hoped. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Habits and lies. 2 dots. Connect the dots and find the truth. Don't look at me like that. I just told you the truth. It seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you? It seems that nervous habits are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone is trying to hide something. You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in the Maractus Clinic office. And I've got proof that shows exactly what happened.
Take that!
Well, what's that? You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken and there's a red splotch on the cord. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state. Well, spit it out. This talking in circles nonsense is killing me. Very well. The answer is very simple. Miss Alita Tiala, please remove your scarf.
Objection!
This is a trial to determine what happened in that park, yet we seem to have drifted off target.
Objection!
We'll find out soon enough if we're drifting as soon as the witness removes her scarf. I won't do it. This is insane. I'm a unrelated third party. You can't order me to remove my clothing. Miss Tiala, I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven. What? You're hardly unrelated. Please remove your scarf. No. No. I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Miss Alita Tiala? Your neck. That isn't what I think it is. Something did happen that night at the Maractus Clinic. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took. even if you had to steal your fiance's pistol to do it. But wait! Looking at this lamp in the witness's neck, that looks like the very opposite happened. Exactly. The victim in the clinic that night was this witness. Specifically, you tried to threaten Dr. Maractus and he attacked you. That's what happened that night at the Maractus clinic. Order, order, order. Will someone please tell me what really happened? I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Maractus. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you. Looks like my clinic's seen its last patient. We have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe and give it to me, so you can save your own skin. What? I know what you're up to. You want in with the family, and if they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I'll want some company. You. And what happened next? He jumped at me and knocked me to the floor. Then he took that cord. Pal Maractus was serious. Deadly serious. He really tried to strangle me. I must have blacked out. So you were the victim, and the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick. I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There, are you happy now? I was out cold, almost killed, and you claim I then snuck into that noodle stand. But how could I? Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the Maractus Clinic, and it would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself. I'm sorry. I get so nervous just thinking of it, it's hard to breathe. I've told you everything. Can I go home now? You bear some responsibility for events that day, true. Yet, if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy. Well, Mr. Justice, I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Miss Tiana. When did this happen? Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her. I don't know what to think anymore, Apollo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything we need to know about Miss Tiana? Very well. This finishes the cross-examination of this. Not so fast. This party's just getting started. Now we rock. What? Those spikes on your head are softer than they look. Or do you not have the stomach to go all the way? Prosecutor Gavin. Pal Maractus choked Alita Tiana. She fell unconscious. But what happened next? He's right, there's more we don't know. But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. she would have been out for a while. Even still, what if it was her in that noodle stand? Alita Tiala, half dead, Dr. Maractus pulling that stand, and a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand. What if it's all true? We might have already figured out what truly happened that night. Miss Alita Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet. You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin. Me, Fraulein, I only wish to know the truth. Well, let's go back over what we've learned up till now. On the day of the murder, Walkie saw his checkup report, from which he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash, with the intent to give Dr. Maractus some of his own medicine. And Miss Tiala heard about this from Walkie, so she went to the Maractus clinic ahead of him, in order to get rid of the chart with her signature. But then something happened. Sounds like you figured it all out, but remember, I was the victim. I was out cold. But what about Dr. Maractus? That does seem to be the problem. He had just strangled Alita Tiala, perhaps he thought to death. What did he do after his crime? I was just knocked out, not dead. From the state of his clinic and the scene in the park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next. Well, her forehead? Care to guess? Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Maractus do? Maybe he did think he killed Alita Tiala. As his next move, Dr. Maractus stole Guy Eldoon's noodle stand. What? Killing me disturbed him that much? So much he randomly stole a noodle stand. It wasn't so random. Remember all the bowls in the clinic's foyer? Bowls that belonged inside that stand? I think it's pretty obvious, don't you? That stand was at the clinic. However, the question is, why did he remove the bowls? Maybe because the stand was heavy, or he wanted to put something in the stand in their place. Wait, you don't mean... I do. Dr. Maractus did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Miss Tiala. My corpse? Dr. Maractus panicked. He thought he had killed you. His next move would be to dispose of the body. That's crazy talk. You're all crazy. Then let's think about it logically. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind, but on his way there, who should he run into but the defendant, Walkie Kitaki? I question your logic. What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with? That's right, he had no reason to go there. Now I get it. It was a trick. A spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the stand. Tell me, why would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination. Well, what? Apparently the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Maractus was heading with the stand. Here, please show us on this diagram. To where exactly was the victim dragging that stand? There, that's a river. Yes, Your Honor. I scarcely need to explain why. A perfect place to dispose of a body. He was going to throw me into that river. He didn't have many other options, Fraulein. I believe this clears up all the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand, and the defendant before him. And inside the stand, you, Miss Alita Tiala. And then the denouement. Wesley Stickler of panty-snatching fame walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts. In that instant, so I shot him. You were the only one who could have stolen Walkie's pistol. It had to be you. Well, Miss Tiala, nice work. You mean I'm right? I mean you've done a fine job dreaming up a story to get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Apollo's backed up everything he said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand through the park? Who knows? But there's one gaping hole in your logic. I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak. Whereof what? I can't believe she's still trying to deny this. Is this true, Prosecutor Gavin? Must I always be the one to point out her forehead's errors? Maybe there really is something. I believe the Fraulein speaks of her doctor's car. His car. That's right, the Maractus Clinic has that big garage, in which sat a green sports car, was it? Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have used his car. And so we find our victim without probable cause to steal that stand, and our defense without a case. I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run. It was broken. Like our table. Oh no, our table is broken! What an excellent counter-argument, Fraulein. Too bad you're quite wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to your daddy. Daddy? That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car. Oh yes, I had nearly forgotten about it. Afterward, he drove it back to that garage. It ran fine. That's right. So why didn't he use his beloved sports car? A glaring contradiction, to be sure. More glaring than your forehead. No. No! Order, order, order. Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Maractus use his car to carry the body? Is that a groan of surrender I hear? Some advice. Now's a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days. Everything I've learned. Mr. Justice, this contradiction casts doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. The defense will explain to us what happened that night. I have an idea. It's all coming together. That night, Dr. Maractus couldn't use his car. Now you're making even less sense than usual. Not according to my information, Miss Tiala. Put one and one together, and the explanation is simple. If it's so simple, perhaps you can show us some evidence. Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night.
Take that!
Let's see now. Panties again. Panties again. All sorts of things come out of my panties. Even the truth. Another crime was committed the night of the murder. The theft of these panties. The latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night the snatcher was caught in the act. A brave young girl chased the thief until he hid in the Maractus Clinic garage. What? The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them. Why weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe? Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. A very important piece of information. And I learned it from you, Prosecutor Gavin. So you were here investigating, and I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost. Your hog? My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe. Too bad. It looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that could break just from that. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. My, how interesting. While Miss Tiala and the doctor were struggling, the panty snatcher snuck into the Maractus garage. From that time until the time we found these, that car wouldn't start. Well, what? That's why Dr. Maractus had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing he could think of. Well, Miss Tiala, this wraps your doubts up quite nicely, I think. So it does. Where? Where am I? So dark, can't see. Cramped, the pain, my throat's burning. Well, what's your problem? You, Doc, I know what you did. Walkie? You lied to me, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, man. Oh, wait, let me explain. Fine, I'll give you your last request. Listen, you're being tricked, but not how you think. It's not just me. No, he'll ruin everything. I have to stop him. So cease this at once, you two. Funny, this isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Oh well, too bad. There's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand? In the silence after the shot, I heard the witness running. I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. He went to use a public phone to inform the police, which is when I made my escape, which is when you left that slipper print. Dr. Maractus didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though. That was your mistake. No, my biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice. I believed in you and your anything agency. If anyone would get Walkie declared guilty, it was you. So she didn't expect him to actually be able to do his job. Ow. I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Miss Alita Tiala doing? She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now. Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost. I think he already knew. He had figured out she was the killer a while ago. Some advice. Now's a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days. He lost, but didn't exactly win either. Something the matter, her forehead? Looks like it's time to announce a verdict. Not guilty. Court is adjourned. Great job, Apollo. You did it. Yeah, we did. Somehow. Walkie's off the hook. Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be. And he has you to thank. Hey, attorney man. You're gonna pay for what you did to my Alita Holmes. Or to blame, I guess. You give my Alita back. Stupid, pointy-head attorney with a death wish. Enough, Walkie. Mr. Kitaki. It's high time you opened your eyes, Walkie. What do you know, old man? I think it's about time you opened yours. Giving up the life, trying to become some kind of businessman. Don't talk about what you don't understand, Walkie. I'm afraid the guard is going to throw them both out. If not in jail, wouldn't that be a happy ending? Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kitaki needs to make so much money. Maybe we should tell Walkie. Oh, Walkie, Apollo has something to tell you. I do. Way to put me on the spot. Was that? Show him the reason why, Apollo. Why is Mr. Kitaki trying to become a businessman?
Take that!
Think about it, Walkie. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday. It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. She doesn't mean. You aren't really, are you? I searched the globe, and I found one. A doctor who can take that bullet out of you, Walkie. But it's an expensive procedure. My man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you? I won't use it. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Walkie. I want to help you, and I want to do it clean. Okay, but what if he had died before you got the money? Like, yeah. Please understand, Walkie. To Dad. My man, I see how it is, old man. Always you looking out for. Walkie, listen good, old man. One day, I'm going to take you out. Then we'll see who's the OG. You try to hide in your business suit, I'll find you. Stupid old geezer. My, Walkie. No, it's as it should be. Mr. Kitaki, I like to moor without the puppy dog eyes. I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words. I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you. Who, me? I don't think. Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest Tiki-Taki lime pie. He's opening a pie shop. So long. I do love some pie. Now I want a lime pie. And he was gone. Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Right Anything Agency. Hey, since when do I work at your agency? We make a good team. Don't just stand there. Let's get going. Why not? She did help me out. And there's a few questions that still need answers. Like this power of mine that she showed me. And my bracelet. If anyone can help me figure it out, it's her. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become. Oh, that's right, we have to go someplace first. Where? Why, to claim our reward from Mr. Eldoon. Salty noodles. Right, he got his stand back already? After that you can come see my show, with a special appearance by the amazing Mr. Hat. Oh, it's special, all right. Please, anything but him. Turnabout corner. Second case complete. This is so cool. Us at a Gavinners concert. Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gavinners putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice, sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know? When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at Gavinner's show. Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? This guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier, what a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God awful, maybe. Okay, that face she just made was super cute. Did you guys saw that? Her little teehee face. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gavinners albums and 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance. And she did it again. That is cute. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here, at a Gavinners concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I would ever admit that to Trucy. No, got a lot going on in here, don't we? You made it. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets and the invoice you sent along with them. You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Lammy roars singing, right? The siren of the ballad. Oh, yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to
Stream
perform
Elements
with us.
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Lammy Roar says, you praise me too highly. Who's this guy? He's huge. Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Latos, Lammy Roar's manager and her interpreter, incidentally. It is a great honor for us to be here, and a great honor for Lammy Roar to be heard in this country. That voice, I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. It's Lammy Roar. I'm actually meeting Lammy Roar. Lammy Roar, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Lammy Roar says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Lammy Roar, your voice, it is art. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Lammy Roar's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobaye. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lammy Roar. They are always together. They're like characters from some fairy tale. Lammy roars so, what's that word? Exotic and mysterious. She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. Here is a kind of sightseeing music. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song, even though her appearance and voice are exotic. Her songs remind us of something else, something close and warm. Sights into song, that's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time for the next part. We're giving the Gaviners hard rock a little rest. Lammy Roar, the stage is yours. The band members will not play during Lammy Roar's ballad, only Machi's tender tones and Lammy Roar's dulcet voice, and my guitar, of course. Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know. I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care your hearts aren't stolen away, yeah? Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. Wow, wasn't Lammy Roar amazing? I I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. It almost looked like he was surprised as well. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either. Oddly, he looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I would call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. So sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art. The guitar serenade is ruined. Ruined. Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. A police uniform hangs on the stand here. I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's okay, you don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just another face in the crowd. Really? You think so? I guess you're right. Now I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. This place is decorated like a high school dance. Though I think our decorations were paper, not chains. The Gaviners are into chains as part of their image. No kidding. Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up, they're really into the whole police thing, aren't they? It would be cooler if they turned that red light on. They don't have to turn on the red light. That speaker looks familiar. Oh, yeah, like the one for the PA system back in school. Oh, we have one of those in my classroom too. That's right, she's still in junior high. I feel old. What's a police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police. Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band. But that's just silly. Who would name a band the Police? That guitar, that's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger. I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. The fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair badger red too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. The stubbornness of age. Someone drew the Gaviner's mark in lipstick here. Lipstick. I would like to wear lipstick someday. You don't use lipstick yet, Trucy? Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says. You'll be waiting a long time then, I'm afraid. A cruiser guitar. They sold those to commemorate 5 years of the band. Rocking it hard under the speed limit. There's a cruiser bass and a cruiser drum set and a cruiser keyboard, even a cruiser whistle. I'm not so sure about that last one. It's for blowing the whistle on criminals. I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy. Well, sometimes it does. I mean, there is the R whistles, right? Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there? Maybe they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did and won't let you eat that stew. That's just mean. It gets worse. See if the bad guy confesses, they say. Okay, eat it. If you can. See, it's made of plastic. It's like you don't know which ones are the real bad guys. I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy. Look, it's a postcard of Lammy Roar. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before. It must be her native tongue, Borginian. Borginian. Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe they have to carry around hot pots or something. They are a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those. That's exactly what I was thinking. You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Who would burn up a guitar on purpose? But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Wait, you think the audience thought it was? Sounds like he got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least, I did. He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Well, he did almost potentially get caught on fire, so... Anyway, that guitar was a Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I would go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Actung. Today's been one disaster after another. I should have, it's been kind of bugging me, but I forgot to search it yesterday. Just to be clear. God damn it, bruh. Attention, okay. So that means German for attention is Achtung, is what that is. I knew Nein and Ja. I knew those already, yes and no. I wasn't completely sure about Achtung. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there would be days like these. Well, wasn't Lammy Roar's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Here. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lammy Roar. Yippee, thanks so much. All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Almost time for the third act of the night. There's more. Yes, Lammy Roar's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it. Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. I like the bit with Lammy Roar, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down. Apollo, you're getting old. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Well, I'm going. Let the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock. Hey, you're older than I am. You're only as old as you act. Hey, it's you, that right kid. Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me in charge of security in this pit. Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with what that glimmerous fop. Apparently he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he is a big rock star. You listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one, that's Lammy Roar's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snack goose in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? More importantly, can you share your snack goose just in a less violent manner? Because I'd be interested in trying one. A Governor's guilty as charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is a concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. You have to find fault with everything I say. She snackooed me. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. If you want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. She snackooed me. I'll take a tea. That's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. She snackooed me. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lammy Roar's bodyguard dropped it. Emma, will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? If you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're going to be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. Hey, if she wants to munch, she can munch. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? That's the blue munch badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? She snackooed me. Serves me right for going out of my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. So this is Lammy Roar's dressing room. If If you think about going in there, I'll... What was that? Whoa, was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You out of my way. Emma, Lammy roar, Lammy roar. It's not locked. I'm going in. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. It's Lammy Roar's manager, Mr. What's-His-Name, Latos. Oh no. Hey you, Mami, watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive. Mr. Latos, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Who? Who shot you? I don't know. Ask. Ask. Ask what? Ask. Witness. Witness? There was a witness. Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold, but don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latos. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Latos. Yipes, Emma, what was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been cancelled. Backup's on its way. It's Mr. Latos. He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Romain Latos shot, and I heard his last words. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Daryan. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then, ja, Fräulein Detective? I don't need some rock and roll prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one on staff or otherwise anything of this. A gag order. No word gets out other than that Mr. Latos is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lammy Roar. Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, her forehead. Yours too, Fräulein. On that, an investigation request. Why just us? You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Right, well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. One tip for you. Me. Try not to get in the Fräulein Detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses, and now none of us can go home. We'll investigate all right, our way. Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising, considering who her father is. Something the matter? No. Let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there, the only one who heard Mr. Latos's last word. The witness is Ren. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. It's you. I figured you would come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. Your attorneys know. Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Latos did tell me to ask the witness, the siren, with his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want, you'll get no snacks from me. Please, think of poor Lammy Roar. Oh well, I suppose you did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Mr. Romain Latos, wasn't it? He was Lammy Roar's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely, nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person who? Lammy Roar. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true. It was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert, and when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here. How did they leave the room? That window is a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. Another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the stepladder and more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling. I still say it's a step ladder. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring. It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Latos's last words. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are two here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Sounds painful. No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. What a pretty brooch. Emma, you're not going to say, "Can I have it please," are you? Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. Trucy's still after that brooch, clearly. No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to buy it for you. Daddy always says, Trucy, if you want something, go find or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg. Leave it to Mr. Right. I should be concerned about Trucy's future, but I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch. Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. But still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Stop it, are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please, grow up. Apollo, look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. You'll be wanting one for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich even when he was in law. Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? There's another Governor's poster here. I'm just about sick of seeing those personally. Maybe I'll tear it down. No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me. What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. I didn't do it. I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know. Of course I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It would be better if this flower was a bit more... The flower fell off. What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? It's fine. I'll just put it back, see? How scientific. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Bourguignon. All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. Look at all these presents. Lammy Roar sure is popular. I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. It could be anything. I'm never having a birthday party again. Oh my. Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that. It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right, no harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it is impossible. You could peek into the room through it though, you know? I wonder why it says do not open. This is one of those things, right? At the barber's? A permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks. Better not mess with his hair, Emma. It's part of his identity, you know? This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver. That's right, a big .45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't. Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right, right? A .45 caliber revolver, very deadly. You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber and what does the .45 mean? You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words, bigger bullets do more damage. Wow, chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That would be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Miss Science? Well... Hush, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. That's a body, isn't it? Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You first. Me? No, you should go first. Trucy, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Apollo, look at this hand. He's holding something. No touching. You can throw all the snacks at me you would like, Emma, but sooner or later you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this? A keyring. You think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual keyring, and what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. The body was holding a keyring. I wonder what it could mean. It must mean something. It doesn't look like the kind Mr. Latos would use. So the question is, whose keyring is it? Well, you're practically a detective there, Apollo. Practically. I'm glad it brings him so much joy to mock me. So this is the murder weapon. This revolver is incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair. Tell us. It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy, just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites, and that's not a problem. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah. Say, if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet the killer uses revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Actually, we have to. Great, thanks. She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great, now how am I supposed to investigate? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Go? Time's a-wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looked suspicious. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Actung. You ain't kidding. It's the 2 leading members of the Gavinners, Apollo, Clavier on vocals and Daryan on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I would bet. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me, miss a cue. How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hiya. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait, you're what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Borginia, Detective Crescend. Right. Anything else? What did he just call him? Detective. Greetings. Daryan Crescend, Criminal Affairs Division 3. Hello. Criminal Affairs. Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gavinners, do you? Something tells me that's about to be remedied. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder. What else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latos than I do. For now, at least. You were the one who found the body, yeah? Meanwhile, we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to the Fraulein detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police. The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years hard time for love. Then came love with no chance of parole, and my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. This guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I would hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed a cue. The missed cue. They were arguing about that before. Great. I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. What's this missed cue you keep talking about? You heard it, didn't you, from the audience? Actually, I didn't notice anything. See, no amateur is going to pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Oh boy, this looks like it's going to be fun. This is but one of the devices used in recordings. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Wow, neat. So could you say hear only the drum part? Of course, that's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want to help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose a section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar, like so. There it is. Now listen. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. The timing's a little off, isn't it? You see, there, right at the most important part, and even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect. Here he goes again. Right, her amateur, you will prove my point. Me, you will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
Take that!
This part sounds a little off. Let's see. Her forehead. Yes. Let me guess. You got a D in high school chorus, didn't you? How did he know? This part is perfection, absolute perfection. I'd bet all the royalties from my last platinum selling album on it. The guilty part is elsewhere.
Take that! Take that!
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Take that! Take that!
This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Darien. Well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say. That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darien. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love. Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such. Why don't they use a step ladder? I prefer step ladders, really. Is that so wrong? Not wrong, just... Well, why do you prefer step ladders? They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that. What a big stage. It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar. The lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert. I would love to do my act on a stage like this someday. Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please. You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights. You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic. Wow, that piano looks much bigger up close. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound. Why guessing we can fiddle? Let's see here. Don't touch that. A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says. They should require parental testing, clearly. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That. Does it look familiar? Familiar. It's mine. That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gabbin. I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is a keyring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it, like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. Well, what? The victim? You mean Mr. Latos had my keys? Indeed. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop. I'll give her that. Apollo. Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us, and we'll keep Mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting, and something about your guitar case being busted. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring has got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring, it disappeared. I thought I had put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... The very one up in flames and right on stage too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Latos's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latos dies. Yes, and could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, are you, Fraulein? I am. What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today. Well, I have. You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am. No, give her forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of this connection, shall we? Evidence? I'd better think of something pronto. Come on, let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles?
Take that!
It's this, isn't it? A lyric sheet, the guitar serenade. What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles. Maybe it is a coincidence. Or perhaps it means something, don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way! Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet, first the keyring was stolen, and not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right here. When you stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight. This is a heart holding keys. And next his guitar burst into flame. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away. And then Mr. Latos was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But, but that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today, here, this song predicted it all. Or perhaps it was the other way around. The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics, but who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicting the crime. Clavier? Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder. The keyring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics. That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about this Mr. Latos. Right. Thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. A foreign national, Mr. Latos, was killed. It seemed like that would have to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. Yeah? Yeah. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lammy Roar to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lammy Roar is now? I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist Machi Toboye, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Latos's sudden passing. The governor's dressing room. Got it. Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So he is a friend of yours? No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and curiouser. Lammy Roar. What, what has happened? I heard that Mr. Latos has died. Lammy Roar, you speak. I mean, you speak English. Yes, I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia, but I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Latoche your interpreter? That. Yes, well, it was Mr. Latoche's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also... No, Machi Tobaye is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Latoche? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Latoche was... Trucy? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said. Not a word. But Mr. Latoche is Lammy Roar's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I would suspect. All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course, I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lammy Roar. What is it, Machi? What? But you would be alone. What seems to be the problem? Machi, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right? Sure, of course. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? The Republic of Borginia, that's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant, then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lammy Roar, you're not from Borginia originally. Were you born here? Well, is that supposed to be a secret? The image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Lucy. This landscape painter in sound too is an image, yet without it my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Borginian, Lammy Roar means the siren. I fear that, perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale, almost. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Matchy and I together are Lammy Roar. Together, always. Mr. Latos was my new manager. New, yes, from 3 months ago, around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Latos at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard, and as it turned out, my interpreter. Interpreter, even though you speak English. Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one, though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Latos from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him, and now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Mr. Latos was a talented man, the siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know? I am happy for him that has become so well known. The siren, that's what he meant. Apollo, you are the siren, right, Lammy Roar? That is the meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. It was the name of my producer gave me, but why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Latos, he was still alive. What? I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latos, can you hear me? Ask witness. Hang in there, Mr. Latos. Tell me who was the witness. The witness is Siren. He said siren, really? I was the only one there to hear it. I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latos said that? Ask the witness. And you're the siren, Lammy Roar. Did you see what happened? Lammy Roar. Might I ask, are you with the police? Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. An attorney. Yet there have been no arrests, yes. Is that a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lammermoor, I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? I believe we are through here. I believe so. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch, yes. Well, it may be mine. Yours, Lammermoor. I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lammermoor's. Thank you. I was wondering where I had dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Well, that was her dressing room, so... You see the words written upon the postcard? They say a landscape painter in sound. A landscape painter in sound. That's a nice image. Who's there now? It's you. Where were you? Emma, is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Mr. Latos's body has disappeared. What? Prosecutor Gavin, from your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Latos's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the investigation. There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latos's body just disappear? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Darian. See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room. Geeter? Who's Geeter? That's why I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Lammy Roar and Prosecutor Gavin were sinking on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Stop whining and start climbing. It didn't look that high from below, really, but when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. We found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist Machi Tobaye. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobayi, the blind pianist, arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latos. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Mornin'. But Prosecutor Gavin, what a night. I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all. Yet, the powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lammy Roar was invited from Borginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Her forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case, especially not to the defense attorney. What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney. That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. He, you mean Machi? Machi wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lammy Roar. Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. Machi, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you. Hi, maybe you can tell me about last night. That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this. in a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lammy-Roar can help, but didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good luck. I'm off to question Lammy-Roar. Well, what are we going to do? That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this, and hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Machi Tobayi, Your Honor, the pixie of the arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, her judge. Very well. Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes. Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You would only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I would go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck, her judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Latos, age 35, the global manager for diva songstress Lammy-Roar. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. 2 shots were fired. One shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it would break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma. Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly. This murder was impossible for all but one person. One person. That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobayi. Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. I couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage. I was at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert were in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that detective was the first on the scene, but that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Hold it!
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day. You might say the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy. Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. It's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them. Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting and new. Atroquinine is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands? Please, the testimony.
Hold it!
We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then...
Hold it!
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting, I was eating snack coos. Hey, no snacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from Lammy Roar's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door.
Hold it!
Rock. Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? That's right, when we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through the speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gavinners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room. That door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent.
Objection!
But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly? Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through it, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed, and of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant, the pixie of the arpeggio, fled up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know her forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tobayi's fingerprints. Order, order, order. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, her forehead? What fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven, and that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? I was out whooping it up in the audience. So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
Said K. Hun. Said. Cheap viewers on asterisk asterisk.
It can't be over already. Very well. I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it had better be clear and plain. Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We had better come up with something quick. I know. Think. What can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Matchy is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you had better tell us about it now. This is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I would swear it on my career as a prosecutor and on my million-seller hit song, Atroquinine, My Love. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Really now, but how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him, and now... He's alive. Mr. Latos, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold. But don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latos. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died. Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what her forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear, contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Take that!
Lammy Roar? Recall Mr. Latos's
Stream
last
elements.
words.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The witness is Siren. The siren. He meant the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lammy Roar. Lammy Roar was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lammy Roar to the witness stand. Lammy Roar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. You can speak English? Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by of my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lammy Roar suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lammy Roar is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. She's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lammy Roar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lammy Roar. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lammy Roar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you to appear to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. I must say you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. You just got better, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lammy Roar would talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Lammy Roar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lammy Roar's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? Well, what? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lammy Roar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. What is the meaning of this? Lammy Roar, please explain. Lammy Roar? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? Was she talking about Apollo? Right when the incident occurred? Is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. We're right. Understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Latos, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness, you're cold. But don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Yipes. Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped. That explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch. Her forehead. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lammy Roar, you did look into the room though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
Gotcha!
The late Mr. Latos's body, you say? Yes. You know something more about Mr. Latos's death than you are saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latos have to be shot? One moment, Lammy Roar. Yes. What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latos have to be shot? Yes. She was hiding something. I knew it. Lammy Roar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. How could that be? Take this. Lammy Roar contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it.
Take that!
Tell me, Lammy Roar, how did you know he had been shot? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is a document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court. No one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latos had been shot. How could you have known? Lammy Roar, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. Please allow me to add to my testimony. Of course, all we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale. She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latos had been shot.
Objection!
Lammy roared. They call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lammy roared. You looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes, but they were in the wall the door is on. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Lammy roared. Yes, I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. And I must tell you what it is that I saw. Yes, the happenings of this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Bulgaria. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latos died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lammy roared. Very well, Lammy roared. Please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Matchy. It was a grown person. I know it was. So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, her forehead. Very well, her. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lammy roar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong.
Hold it!
A grown person. That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man, a young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice. Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latos? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latos who spoke, I would have known. Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Matchy. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lammy Roar's testimony that rings false. Bravo, her forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lammy Roar has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as her forehead says. Yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. Well, what next? What's he talking about? Lammy Roar. I understand why you would want to protect Matchy. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room. Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lammy Roar. I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. But she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say. And the victim named her the siren as the witness. That's right. That's what Mr. Latos. We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Her judge. Yes. The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lammy Roar can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Matchy's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Donkey, now where were we? Yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lammy Roar's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, her forehead? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latos' killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off-limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case, though reading the report, something caught my eye. What's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances. Again. That's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Latos's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower, holding a guitar, no less? A perceptive observation, Her Judge. Thanks, it was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved, and how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lammy Roar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lammy Roar's song. Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? Its code. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latos's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I had forgotten about the song, but there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs, but killing? It's a wild world out there, Her Judge. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
Hold it!
What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes. The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what, exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with a victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could aim properly. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. How so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible, and it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Take that, smug prosecution. Apollo. What? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of admitting that he did it? It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record, if you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well. The witness will add this to her testimony. Right.
Objection!
The prosecution holds that the shooter couldn't see. A scientific conclusion based on a thorough examination of the crime scene, yes. Apparently not thorough enough. I have a certain piece of evidence that completely overturns your claim. Well, what? This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Cabin's face, but this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you had best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
Take that!
The contradiction is right here. The smeared blood stains. I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. I get it. At least, I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latos was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good. Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. We agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latos was writing something in blood once the killer saw what it was. Wait, once he saw what it was? But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Whoop-a-doop. Whoop-a-doop. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobayashi, Tobaye, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. Order, order, order. The prosecutor, Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now, it seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock with these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Machi Tobaye is blind? Oh, what did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he doesn't Lammy Roar lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobaye. According to this, Machi Tobaye can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Her forehead. Not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machi Tobaye sees, and he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe her forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, her forehead. you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering. Now. Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to conflict the defendant. Don't say that. What? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right. With this, it's called luminol. Maybe you know of it. It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Yes, we have done those tests yet. As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot. I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latos even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Daryan, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Daryan, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me a half hour. No, 27 minutes. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent... Wait, I know. What if Machi Toby is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Latos know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Daryan's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exact. I'm sorry, did you not just a few seconds ago, when you said that he could see, explain that was a press thing? You said it yourself just a few minutes ago. Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, her forehead? Me. Machi Tobai pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake, getting the picture now. It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, her forehead. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
Take that!
That is Lammy Roar. Lammy Roar and Machi Tobai recall their relationship, in particular their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lammy Roar and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Really? Really? It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lammy Roar. I was not expecting that one. That one was not something I was expecting. Well, what's this? So you mean to say that Lammy Roar she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lammy Roar is blind. What? Order, order, order. This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please, please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain, this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound, or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lammy Roar herself? I believe she is still waiting in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lammy Roar. Lammy Roar, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see. Really. It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie, born in the Borginian countryside, would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are. Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lammy Roar. Know too that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lammy Roar. I see. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial. Her forehead. What's that? I believe it said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lammy Roar, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial. I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful for the witness. Okay, there was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy.
Hold it!
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latos? Of course, he was my manager, so he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. We're thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive. Mr. Latos, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness, you're cold. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latos. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Mr. Latos told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here. If we recall everything he said, think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren. We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. I remembered them well myself, but that statement is not what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before. That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, her forehead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Order, order. Recall Lammy-Roar's earlier testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.